Hey guys, can you see my screen?
Yes, basic Python. Thank you.
Yeah, file operations basically. A very good morning and good evening, guys. How is it going? All good? Okay, cool. I hope you guys are enjoying your respective sessions on data engineering and DevOps. Yeah. So we'll try to complete file operations today, guys. These are a couple of topics which are left. Okay, let's get started. Any idea what exactly we are going to do with file operations? I mean, any rough idea? Have you ever dealt with files? If yes, what are the different types of files you have dealt with?
No, Suresh.
Okay. So basically, so far we have been reading input from the standard input device and then writing output back to the standard output device, right? But there is a better way of doing things, guys, because when you do that, whatever the input you are giving or whatever the output you are printing on the screen will be lost. But maybe you want to persist them or store them and then use at a later point of time. Files is something which you should be using. Okay, so these file operations would come into picture when you want to read data from a file or write data back to a file. We use these file operations. There are different types of files. Okay, like .csv files or .txt files. Okay, and then .xlsx file, another important file type, and then finally we have something called as .json. Okay, so these are the different types of files, and each one have their own way of dealing with the data. Okay, so the way you store data inside these files, and then the way you read data from these files, and then the applications where you use these type of files are completely different, basically. Okay, but yeah, we are going to talk about all these four file formats. I'm going to show you how to read data from these file formats, how to write data back to these files, right? So let's get started with some basic file operations, guys. Okay, so let me open a data set. I hope every one of you have received the notebooks I have shared. Yes, no, maybe.
Suresh, I haven't received the notebooks. Is it from Career IT people or
Yes,
okay?
it is from
Is it
Career IT
related
people.
to the same folder that they shared with us, like where the recordings?
Yes,
Okay, okay, never mind. Let me check that then.
okay, okay. So I'm gonna talk about very basic concepts of a file, guys, and understanding the basic functions which we use when we are dealing with files. Okay, so I'm going to take this sample file, which is hello, good morning, and then welcome to Python course, and then this is a simple file. So you have three different lines, right? And each line is separated by a next line character, which is \n. Okay, now let's try to understand, what happens with this file actually. Okay. So since we are dealing with a cloud environment, right, in order to read data from that file, you will have to upload that file to the environment first. And this is how you can do it. Just click on the folder icon from the left menu, and then you see multiple options where you can directly upload it, or you can mount your Google Drive and you read this file from the Google Drive. Okay, so I'm gonna take this upload approach. Okay. I'm gonna read this abc.txt. And you'll have to understand one more thing, since this is not a dedicated environment for us, once the runtime is disconnected, these files will be deleted, whatever the files you are uploading. Okay, so that's a heads up. Click on OK, and you see this file has been uploaded here. Okay. Now, first things first, whenever you want to read data from a file, the first operation you do is open. Okay, so open is a function here. And when you call this open function by passing the path of the file as a parameter, it creates a text type of wrapper object. Okay. Now, when I do type of ABC, it will give you text type of wrapper object. So what exactly is this text type of wrapper class? So basically, this is a class which will have all the functions that are required for you to do the file operations. So for example, maybe you want to read the content of the file, or maybe you want to write content back to the file, or maybe you want to know the position, or maybe you want to change the position of the cursor, right? So all these operations you can do using text type of wrapper class. Okay, so when you do an object open function, what it creates is a text type of wrapper object. This ABC is a text type of wrapper object. Okay, and I'm just printing it. So it will have, this is a text type of wrapper object, and the name is abc.txt, and the mode is read mode, and then encoding is UTF-8. Okay, now maybe you want to read the content of the file, and you can do that by using read function. Now that ABC is a text type of wrapper object using which you can call any file functions. Okay, so abc.read is the function, read is the function which would help you to read data from the file, and I'm storing it in the ABC contents variable. Now, what does this read returns? So basically this read returns a string, the entire content of your file in the form of a string. Okay, so if I print ABC underscore contents, it will give you hello, good morning, and then a backslash n character which indicates the next line, and then welcome to Python course backslash n which indicates the next line, and then this is a sample file. So what are the content you have seen here, right? The same is printed. Okay, and all the next line characters are represented here as backslash n's. One backslash n over here, and then one backslash n over here. Okay, now there is this length function using which you can get the length of the string, and since this is a string, you can access values by using indices. Okay, just like you did for any string. Now, here are the important functions, guys. Then you have something called as tell. So tell will tell you the current position. Tell will tell you the current position. Say, for example, you take this as a file, right? Let's say this is the position 1, and position 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22, and then here it comes 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, and currently it is here 69, 68, and then we have two backslash and characters, including which the current position is considered as 70. Okay, so I'll tell you. So we have got 69 characters. Okay, and then plus one for backslash n and plus one for backslash n, and then you'll get 70, 71. Okay, so since this position is a zero based, it's going to be 70 minus 1. Sorry, 71 minus 1, which is 70. Okay, So if you ask for the current position, it will give you 70. Okay. So tell will actually tell you where the current position is. Okay. Now when I run this, the output you get would be 70. Okay. And then let's say the current position is at 70 and maybe you are running this read function again. It will return nothing. The reason being all the content has been read. All the content has been read. Okay. Now, I'm using this seek function abc.seek of 9. So what this seek function will do is it will take the position back to the index, whatever you are specifying. Okay. So if I give seek of 9 and then if I do tell, it will tell you the current position is 9 instead of 70. And then now if I do read, it will read from position 9, not from 0. So it skipped hello. Now it started with good morning, welcome to Python course, and then this is a sample file. Okay. Now, just because this is red, now if you do tell again, it will tell you the current position, which is 70. Okay. And then again, if you try to read, it will not read anything because it's already at the end of the file and there is no more content to read. Okay. And then close this object. Okay. And then we have this function called closed, which would return either true or false based on the file status. So for example, it is open and it's not closed yet, it will return true. Sorry, it will return false. If it is closed, then it will return true. Okay. So I'm just doing I'm just reiterating whatever we have discussed. So basically I'm opening a file and then reading the content. Then I'm checking if the file is closed. The value would be false. And then I'm printing the content. And if the file is not closed, then I'm closing it. Okay. And once I'm done with this, I'm just printing the closed status. Now it will return true. So first things first, file closed false, and then I have printed the content, and then this close statement is executed, and finally file closed is true. Let me take a pause. Are we good so far?
Yeah, can
The
you tell
Yeah.
the
printf, yeah,
function
can you
that
tell
is
one
little
second? The printf,
confusing?
Sorry.
The tell function. I did not understand the -1 thing because you told 70 plus 1 and again -1 and the current position is 70. So that is little confusing.
Okay. So you understood why this +1 +1?
I understood till the 70, but that other +1 I did not understand.
These are
69 characters are there. So for
two
backslash,
backslash and characters. Two backslash and characters you have, right?
okay.
This is
Yeah, I
one,
got it. Oh, yeah.
and this is one.
Yeah, that will, yeah.
Okay. Now -1 I did because I started counting from 1, but the position starts from 0.
Okay. So it's your sorry. Okay, now I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is about tell function. It will tell the current position, and seek function would take you to the position wherever you want. Okay.
That I got it.
Suresh, here we are reading the entire thing. Read function will take from the point of the cursor to the end of the file.
Yes.
Okay. And if I want to read only one line, how do we read?
Let me complete. I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, that printf statement, can you once tell us, Suresh? You are showing the other one, right? Yeah, the printf.
So,
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this line I did not understand what it will do.
so it will just print this status. This is a variable, right? abc.closed. It returns something and it is printing, and rest is all about string formatting. Closed function would return true if the file is closed. If it is not yet, then it will return true. Okay, here in this case, I just opened it. I haven't yet closed it. So when you call this closed function, it will return false. And then I just printed ABC contents and then I checked if it is not closed. If it is not closed, then I closed it. And finally, I'm checking closed again after closing the file, which will return true. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, so close function will only check. Okay.
Yeah, closed function will give you the status of the file, whether it is opened or closed. in the form of binary value, true or false. Are we good?
Yeah, I'm fine, Suresh. I'm okay.
Okay. Others? Are we good? Okay. Now moving on to the next topic, using with operator or with block. Okay. So what advantage do you get using with block is you don't have to close the file manually. It will be automatically closed. Okay. So let me explain how. Now with open of abc.txt as ABC. ABC is reference for this open of abc.txt. Basically, it's going to be a text type of wrapper object. Okay. And then I'm just printing type of ABC, which will print text type of wrapper object. And then I'm checking whether file is closed. It will return false because file is open. And then I read content from the file and then printed the same. Okay. Now with this, with block is completed. Now the control would come out of this with block. And once it is out of with block, I'm just printing finished reading the file and I'm printing if the file is closed. This will return true. Okay. Now if you observe here, nowhere I'm using close function to close the file. Okay. So in earlier case, I have used close function to close the file and then abc.closed returned true. But here I haven't used close function anywhere, but still abc.closed will return true. Okay. So that's the beauty of using with block. So generally, whenever we are doing any file operations, right, we use with block. Okay. So we don't have to close it manually. Again, boss, is it mandatory to use with block? Answer is no. Okay, you can do the other way, whatever we have discussed too, but at least I keep using with block. Okay, so that I don't have to really care about closing this file. Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, reading the data line by line. So far, we have read all the content in one go, right? But let's say I want to read data line by line. This is how I can do it. Okay. So same line with abc.txt as the file. And then, this text type of wrapper object is iterable. This text type of wrapper object is iterable. Okay. So this will iterate as many times the number of lines you have in your file. Okay. So for example, you have 10 lines in your file. You can iterate through this text type of wrapper object 10 times using for loop. Okay. So this is the for loop for, iterative variable. I'm just using the name line because it's making sense in the file. The file is the text type of wrapper object. And then I'm printing line. And just to show you, it is iterating 3 times. I have added the other logic where I have taken an iterative variable. It's not iterative variable, but I is equals to 1. And then I'm giving a line number. So string of I, I'm converting it to string, and then I'm using a concatenation operator to print. And then for next iteration, I'm incrementing I just to give the line numbers and to show you, they are not read in one go, but they are read in 3 goes. Okay, so type of the file is text type of wrapper object, and then this is the content in that wrapper object, and then the for loop iterated 3 times here. You see? Let me remove this. Let me run this again. So for loop, it printed 3 lines in 3 iterations. First iteration, hello, good morning. Second iteration, welcome to Python course. And third iteration, this is a sample file. Okay, so this is how you can read line by line. Let me take a pause. Are we good? Yes, no.
So it will read line by line entire file. Suppose I want only the second line.
Mhm.
How do we
So
do that? I need only second line content.
I'm not sure if that will work, but let me check. I'm trying to get if there is a direct function. Okay, otherwise you can use this function too, like adding an if clause and check for the line number. So that is one workaround, but I am just checking if there is a direct method to do that. Looks like there is a read line. I don't know how it works, but let's check. Yeah, a read line function should do.
Read line. Okay. Read line of the index of the line.
No, this is not
It's
reading the
reading
entire
only,
line. This is not reading the entire
only
line.
10 characters. Yeah, it is reading only 10 characters.
Probably you can check how to, if there is any direct function to read a particular line, but the alternate I said would work.
Yep. Okay.
You want to read first line or maybe second line. This should work.
Okay.
Okay, but you can probably check if there is any what you call.
Direct method to read.
Yeah, and
specific
also
string.
there is another workaround too. This will also read the first line. There you go.
Yep.
Okay, so these are workarounds based on what I could think, but you can probably go and check if there is any direct function which could, return a particular line you are looking for.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So now moving on, modes in opening a file. Okay, so by default, it will take the read mode, guys. But let's say if you want to do the write operation, you'll have to change the mode. Okay, so you have write mode, which is W, and creating a new file and open it for writing X, and then open for writing and append to a file A, and plus to open a file for updating. Okay, B and T, binary mode and test mode. I have never used them and I don't know them. I have listed here because they are mentioned in a lot of other tutorials. But like I said, I have never got a chance to use them. Okay, but all the other modes I have used, but the most used modes would be read and write. Okay, so there is this mode function which will print in what mode a file has been opened. Let's say here I haven't passed any mode, so by default it will be opened in read mode. Okay, let's say you want to change the mode in which you are opening a file, you will have to use a second argument for this open method. You'll have to use a second argument for this open method. Maybe you want to open a file in write mode, or maybe you want to create a new file and open it for writing. You'll have to pass X and then open a file for writing, and then maybe you want to add the content at the end, which is what we call as append. We use A, and then maybe you want to open a file and want to update something. Okay, then we use plus. Honestly, we don't use any of these functions in real time. Okay, very honestly, because we do have other libraries using which we deal. Okay, but then since we are starting from basics, right, I'm explaining all these things. Okay, but the most used modes are read and write, to keep it short. Okay, now let's try to create a file and then try to write some content, xyz.txt, and then w I'm passing, which is write mode, and then I'm printing the file mode, which would print w, and then I'm writing couple of lines. Just like read, you have write method using which you will write content to the file. So I'm writing some content to the file. Okay, now you should be seeing this file xyz.txt where you have written this content. Either you can download and verify the content, or you can use the code to read the content from here itself. This text will be written to the file. Here is some more text. I have written two lines of text. Okay. Now, what are the example I'm going to teach you is going to be really, really, really interesting. Okay. This is one of my favorite example, guys. Okay, let me open. It covers a lot of concepts. It covers lists, it covers loops, it covers a lot of concepts actually. Okay. So basically, your job here is to create a quiz papers, which is on state capitals. Okay, so each quiz paper should have 10 questions, and we'll have to prepare 5 such sets. Okay, so let me show you how the quiz paper should look like. Okay, so you should have name, and then you should have date, then class, then a heading, state capitals quiz form 1, and then each paper should have 10 questions like this. Okay, and then each question, right, you should ask a question and you should give them 4 options. Okay, and simultaneously you'll also have to prepare a answers sheet as well. Okay, this is how answer sheet would look like. So first question answer is D, second question answer is C, third question answer is C, fourth question answer is D, fifth question answer is D, so on and so forth. Okay, and you'll have to prepare 5 such sets. You'll have to prepare 5 such sets. Okay, are we good with the requirement, everyone?
Yeah.
Five such sets means like a same 10 questions in the 5 different papers, or like
No, no. 10, see, what is the point? You give same 10 questions in 5 papers. So these questions have to be different from paper to paper.
to be different.
Yeah. If it is same, you can just do a copyright. There is no fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, moving on, we are going to use a lot of topics which you already know, which we have done during lists. Okay. So before I walk you through the entire code, I just want to give you some details or refresh some details of the functions which we are going to use. Okay, so our superstar here is random, and then I'm creating a dictionary with state name and then capital name as key value pairs. Okay, and then I'm gonna take all the keys from this dictionary and then convert them into list so that I can apply, the other random functions. Okay, now random, I'm gonna do the shuffle, which will shuffle the order in which the list is created. If I run states, the order in which the list is created is shuffled. Okay, let's say when you run it again, when you run the states again, you see order is changed. So every time you run shuffle function, the order in which these values are stored will be shuffled. Okay, so the next logic is this one. So once I got this list, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the first 10 values as the first 10 questions. Okay, for set 1. For set 2, I'll shuffle it again, and my first 10 values would be my 10 questions. And for set 3, I'll shuffle it again, and first 10 states will be my first 10 questions. Okay, now I'm gonna show you something interesting for creating the wrong answers as well. Okay, so let's say I have shuffled these states, and I'm gonna, this is a kind of pseudocode, guys. This is not the code yet. Okay, I'm just trying to give you the approach. Okay, so I'll write a code to ask the questions. What is the capital of Himachal Pradesh? What is the capital of Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, likewise. Okay, now I'll have to create 4 options as well. How I'm gonna create 4 options? Let me show you. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take correct answer is equals to capital states of 0. I'm showing this logic for one question. The same is applicable for all the questions too. So capitals of states of 0. So states of 0 is Himachal Pradesh, and the capitals of states of 0 will give you the answer. So capitals of Himachal Pradesh is Shimla. Okay, now this correct answer will have Shimla. Okay, now I'll have to create a wrong answers, wrong answer options. So Shimla will be one of my option, and now I'll have to create 3 more options. For the same, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take capitals dot values, which will give me a dict values, which I'm converting it to list. Okay, now in wrong answers list, you will have everything, guys. Okay, so everything you'll have, including Shimla. You should be seeing Shimla somewhere here. Okay, now what I'll have to do is I'll have to remove Shimla from this wrong answers list. Okay, because wrong answers should only have wrong answers. And this is how I'm going to do it. Wrong answers dot index of Shimla. I'll get 8. Okay, then I'm using delete function. Wrong answer of, I'm passing the same index here. I'm passing the same index here, which would delete Shimla. Now wrong answers, you see, you will not have Shimla anymore. Okay, now this list is full of wrong answers. The correct answer have been deleted. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is from all these wrong answers options, I'm gonna take only 3 because I'll have to give only 4 options where 3 of them are wrong and 1 of them is correct. Now from this wrong answers list, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this sample method and I'm gonna take only 3 values. And if I show you my wrong answers, you'll see 3 wrong answers. Now what I'm gonna do, combine this wrong answers list and then this correct answer, or adding correct answer option to my wrong answers list will give me all the 4 options. Okay, are we good with the logic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna automate this using loops. Okay, so I have taken how the logic would work for one question, right? Now I'm gonna show you how, this will be applicable for all the 10 questions and for 5 sets. First things first, I'm importing the module random, and then, capitals is a dictionary. And now I'm iterating this for loop for 5 times for 5 files. Okay, so whatever the logic you are seeing over here till here will be iterated 5 times for 5 files. Okay, now first things first, I'm creating a quiz file, open capitals quiz, and then in the first iteration, the quiz number value would be 1. So this is an iterative value. Okay, so this will be capitals quiz 1.txt and then write. And then simultaneously, I'm creating an answer file as well. Capital quiz underscore answers 1.txt in write mode. So those were the files you are seeing over here. So capital quiz 1 and then capital quiz answers 1. Okay. And next I'll have to write name, date and class. Okay, name, backslash and backslash and then date, then another next line, then class, another next line, and then, these are all the spaces. These are all spaces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. And then you have state capitals quiz and then you have some space again. Now let me show you how you can format that. Okay. So answer file and quiz file I have opened and then quiz file dot write name and then 2 next line characters date, then 2 next line characters class and then 2 next line characters. Okay. And for the header, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 20 spaces, append it with state capitals quiz form, quiz number would be 1. That is what you are seeing over here. That is what you are seeing over here. This one is populated from the quiz number variable. Rest all is hard coded. And I have appended these 20 spaces so that, this would come, in the middle of this page. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert the keys into list. Then I'm going to shuffle it. And now this for loop, whatever I have highlighted, right? This for loop would be iterated 10 times. And in every iteration, it will create one question along with answers. Okay. Now correct answer is equals to capitals of, one moment. Yeah. Question number in range from 1 to 11. Okay. Now, states of question number in the first iteration will be the first question and I'm taking the correct answer. Then, I'm writing this logic to create options for wrong answers. And then answer options is equals to wrong answer plus my correct answer. Okay. And then I'm shuffling the answer options as well. Otherwise, always D will be your correct answer. D for Delhi. Because since you are concatenating, right? Either you use concatenation or you use append method, right? So the option would be added at the end, which I don't want to happen. So I'm just using shuffle function again on this answer options. Okay. Now I'm creating the question. Okay. So question number will be this iterative variable 1. What is the capital of states of question number? So I have got the states list and question number is 1. So states of 1. Okay. In the second iteration, states of 2 would be my second question. In third iteration, states of 3 would be my third question. In the fourth iteration, states of 4 would be my fourth question. So on and so forth till the iterative variable will become 10. Okay. Now, once I have written this, now I'll have to write the answer options as well. And this logic is for writing those answer options. This logic is for writing those answer options. And I have 4 answer options. For the same, I'm iterating 4 times. And then I'm giving an index ABCD of I. So basically ABCD is a string. So string of 0 would give you the first character, which is A. String of 1 would give you second character, which is B. String of 2 would give you third character, which is C, so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm taking this index and then this is how I'm going to write each option. I'm leaving some space and then I'm using this index. In the first iteration, it is A dot, and then from answer option, I'm writing the first value. Okay, and then iterating again. Now B of ABCD of 1, which will be B, and answer options of 2. Next line. And the third iteration, C, answer option of 3, sorry, answer option of 2. Next iteration, this is going to be D dot answer option of 3. Okay, and then I'm giving a next line character again so that you'll have some space between the questions. Okay, so once the question is created, these 4 options were created using the logic we have discussed. And then I have left a line for, better readability. And then, the for loop would be executed again to create all the 10 questions. Okay. So once all the 10 questions are done, okay, sorry, once the options are given here in this file, I'm gonna do the same for quiz file as well, where quiz file answer sheet. Now answer option is equals to, now answer options is a list and then index of correct answer will give us the index and ABCD of that index will give us the right answer. Okay, so when I say right answer, it will not give us the answer, but at least it will give in what index a particular answer is present, whether A, B, or C, or D. Okay, so once I have got that, I'm writing it to the answer sheet, like question number 1 and then answer option of the correct answer. Okay, so once all the 10 questions are written, I'm closing quiz file and then answer key file. Then the next iteration of this outer loop starts for the second set of questions. And the same logic repeats for 5 files. If I want 10, I can create 10. If I want 15, I can iterate 15 times. But the logic would be same. If you see, there you go. 5 quiz files and 5 sets of answer files were also created. Okay, let me take a pause. I'll give you 5 minutes time. Just try to digest this code.
And there you wrote like in the first line what the question, right? What is the capital of Rajasthan? So how it knows that that one Rajasthan it picked and the correct option is it checking for Rajasthan only the capital? What is the capital of Rajasthan? The answer. Like here you wrote what is the capital of states question number, right?
Yeah.
So question number 1, where it will take that case.
So I'll tell you. You already have the correct answer written here, right, for that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Capital.
So yeah. Now and this is where you are taking it. So I'm taking the index for that correct answer only. I'm not randomly taking it.
Index for that.
So let's say question is Rajasthan. Okay, and the capital is Jaipur. Index of Jaipur is what I'm trying to get. Let's say it will give you some value from 0 to 3, and observations dot index will give you 0 to 3, and ABCD of 0 to 3 will give you one of A, B, C, or D.
He like the Suresh mentioned all the correct answers in one list, right? So out of
Not all the
four,
correct answers. It's only one correct answer. So
what? Yeah.
yeah, this
So
is
because of that,
a
it will
string. Correct. Okay. So what I want you to do is just go line by line and try to understand what each line of code is doing. Okay. The main logic actually starts from this for loop. If you can understand this logic for one paper, right? The rest is all about, iterating the same logic 5 times. And I have added all the comments too. Are we
So
good?
for example, states of question, so the states index starts from 1 or 0. Like when we say states of 1, is it giving us the second question from the shuffled list or the first question?
It's not the question. Basically, it's the values. You can take it
Yeah.
from 0, you can take it from 1, you can take it from 5 as well, because you have enough number of values from
Yes.
where you can choose 10. Okay, so here in this case, it starts from second value because I'm starting range from 1.
Okay.
Okay. I have taken one so that, it will make my life easy while writing, because question number, index, all those things I'm using this variable itself.
Yes.
So Suresh, the
But
wrong answers.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have a question here.
Mhm.
So the wrong answers has a list of all answers but the right answer, right? And
Yes.
what you're doing here is random dot sample of wrong answers 3. So that means the sample function is what is the is it a sample function or what is it doing?
Yeah,
Random.
sample is a function. Yeah, sample would pick randomly some values based on your input. So
Okay.
here you have given 3, right? It will just randomly pick 3 values from that list and create another list, return another list.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. And then you are adding the correct answer to the list.
Yes.
Making it 4. Okay. Got you. So basically the first set is doing all the logic and then you started like writing it down. Like,
Yes.
oh, okay. Okay. I think I got it. Thanks.
So for that, for I in range 0 to 4, right? There
Mhm.
also we can do like 1 comma 4, right? Then it will be easier, right? A B C D 1 2 3 4. Or for I index I A B C D I.
Now I want to give ABCD, right? A string doesn't start with index 0.
String index.
A string doesn't start with index 1, my bad, sorry. It's always starts with 0. So for example, from ABCD I want 0. Sorry, from ABCD I want A, it has to be 0.
Oh, it has to be. Then we can give 0 comma 3 only, right? It is 0 1 2 3 any, right? D is
No,
Why?
upper limit is exclusive, right? 4 won't be taken. It will iterate only to till 3.
Okay. This is right.
Okay. Are we good, everyone?
Once we practice this only, I think we come to know. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It looks a lot to digest, but definitely once we practicing it, we should.
How many times it is not coming? Yeah. Once we have to write only.
I'll tell you a simple reason, guys. I mean, generally, since this is not our regular Python course, right? So we were not able to do some working sessions. Otherwise, generally I do some working sessions. Okay. So what happens is, I have reduced my pace to at least 20 to 25% while I'm teaching this file operations for your batch. Okay, so usually in my regular Python sessions, I would complete entire file operations topic in 1 hour 15 minutes maximum. Okay, including all the other file types I talked about. Okay, I'll tell you the problem you will face or you are facing, if you are really facing, is because of not going through the earlier recordings and not practicing earlier topics. If you see this example, 70 to 80% of the functions are already covered. Be it using for loops, be it the random module, be it the shuffle function, be it concatenation of lists, append, or strings. Okay, you take any function which I have used here is covered earlier, except for read and write functions. Except for read and write functions of file, rest all the functions are covered. Okay, so after completing lists topic, we have done the same example, quiz example. Not list, I think it's dictionaries, after dictionaries. Okay, so the more you go through the recording, the more you practice, the more your life will become easy. So generally in my regular sessions, I keep this introspection hours after every 20 sessions, 30 sessions. Okay, so the intention of the same is to show how improved you are. Okay, so for example, if I'm teaching at a pace X in my first session, it has to be X plus 20%, 30% as we move forward. Maybe at the end of 15th, 20th session, it has to be at least X plus 25. the last session, it has to be x plus 50. Okay. Otherwise, what happens is if I keep going at the same pace, if I keep going at the keep repeating the same topics, it's not showing a year improvement. So generally in this introspection, once the session is done, this is the analysis what I do. I'll ask them how many folks have understood my session without any questions. Okay. So once the answer is yes, they are doing well and they don't need to do anything different. Okay. And my next question would be, how many of you felt like maybe I understood, I'm feeling kind of comfortable, but maybe I'll have to go back and practice. This is second category. If you are falling into that second category, you might have to go and revisit the old topics. Maybe the topics that were taught recently, you are good so that you are feeling comfortable, but that uncertainty of, practicing and other things, right? You might have to go back and look at the older topics. And people who were 50% confident that, boss, as long as you're talking, I'm understanding, but after the session is over, I'm feeling disconnected. They'll have to go through recordings of all the sessions. Okay. And the last category, boss, you have explained something I didn't understand a single line. So these are the guys who will have to start from the session 1. Okay. So maybe you can judge yourself. You don't need to tell me to what category you are falling into. And as I said, the reasons are also same. Okay. Am I making sense?
Yes.
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 Okay. So this is what I usually do. Because what are the content that I have covered, right? This is something which I usually do it in, easily 30 sessions. Because my Python course is also, 40 hour course. Okay, and I have covered almost 70% of the course for you within, like how many days? I don't know, maybe 20 sessions. Okay.
Yeah. So just a one. So your regular Python session, will it be like a more detailed or it will cover like a more?
It's the
topics?
same content, Sri. It's the same content, but just that approach will be little different. Like I said, we will be doing workshops. We will be doing, uh, working sessions, and then at a regular intervals we'll be doing these kind of introspection things, and then we'll be focusing on hackathons, the problems that are asked in hackathons. Okay, so these are the additional things which we do. But say for example, I have given you an assignment. Okay, I have given you good number of assignments. Maybe if you go through all the recordings, I have given at least 6 to 7 problem statements for you to practice. If it is a regular session, I will give them as an assignment, but at a later point in time, I would touch base again, whether they have completed it. If not, I'm gonna give them, some hints to start getting started. And then at some point, I'll be explaining the solution as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the additional things what I do, but content wise, delivery wise, there is no difference. It's just the time parameter, nothing else.
Yeah, time. Yeah, less time. Okay.
Okay, it's not because this is offered for free. No such reasons. It's only time parameter. Okay. So you don't even have to download it, guys. You can. I'm just printing it over here itself. Okay, what are the files that are created? This is capitalsquiz1.txt. And then the next one is capitalquizanswers.txt. Okay. Before we move on to the next topics, guys, a small request from me. I actually didn't realize tomorrow is my birthday. Honestly, I totally forgot
Oh.
about it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
So,
Advanced birthday wishes.
thank you so much, guys.
Happy birthday, Suresh.
No,
Great.
yesterday my wife was reminding me that, boss, Sunday let's go to temple. I was asking her, what's special?
So dedicated. Happy birthday, Suresh.
It's not about dedicated, it's age. I'm no longer excited for my birthdays, honestly.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
forget about dedication. I don't want to call it as dedication,
They are
commitment.
going
No,
to dispose all
definitely
our
not.
age.
I'm not gonna. See, I'll tell you what, when I was in 20s, right, wherever I'm giving my details as an example, I used to write my age and I updated it till I'm 29, and after 29, I stopped updating it. So wherever you see those examples, you'll still see that age as 29.
But girls are rather more excited than boys. So if it is age-wise, it's gone.
Yeah. So my request
Uh,
is I'm gonna continue
yeah,
this session for 45 more minutes to wrap up this topic. Is that okay? So that I can, spend some time with my family tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, please, Suresh. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Just give me a 5-minute break. Let me refill myself all the energy required for next 40 minutes. Okay?
One question, Suresh, are we going to have
Yeah.
class Sunday night as well? Or?
Let's see where we progress, because I don't want to dump too much of content on you too.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see where we stand. If it requires just 10-15 minutes more, I will be closing that so that you don't have to join on Sunday morning, your Sunday evening.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah.
But is there any other things to cover, Suresh?
We'll talk about that, Srinath. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. We'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Yep. Hey guys, are you back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll jump into our next file format, which is CSV. Any idea, guys, what exactly a CSV files are?
Comma
Comma
separated
separated.
values.
Yes.
Delimiter separated.
Yes, both are correct. So it need not be always comma. It can be a delimiter separated too. Okay. So this is how typically our CSV files would look like. Okay. So first line is what we call as header, which is not mandatory. You can have a header. You also need not have a header in a file. It's not mandatory. Okay. But if it is present, then we call the first line as header. And your actual data starts from the second file, second line. Okay, so for example, here in this file, I have 4 attributes. One is programming language, second one is designed by, third one is appeared, meaning the first version released, and then extension. Okay, so the values Python, Guido von Rossum, and then 1991, and then .py is the extension. Java, it is designed by James Gosling. 1995 is when it first appeared, and then .java is the extension. And then C++, it's Barney Stroudstrop. 1985 is when it first appeared, and then .cpp. This is a typical example of a comma separated file, guys. Okay, like one of our participant mentioned, it need not be comma every single time. It can be a tab, it can be a space, it can be a semicolon, it can be a pipe, it can be any delimiter. Okay, but you can still save that data with .csv, and when you are processing this data, you can change the delimiter. Okay, but if you haven't specified any delimiter, by default it would take comma because it's a CSV file. Okay, are we good? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we are good. Just we are giving.
Yes, Suresh.
Okay. Now moving on, I'm going to show you how you can actually, deal with these CSV files, different ways of dealing with these CSV files, basically read and write operation. Okay. And we call each line as row. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import CSV module. Okay. And then I'm opening the file, and mode is write mode because I'm going to write. First operation is write. Okay, type of file I'm gonna print, it still says text type of wrapper because CSV file, JSON file, .txt file, they're all text file format. Okay, and then you have binary files. Binary files, generally we deal with normal applications, but when you're dealing with big data or Spark, you have file formats like sequence file, ORC file, Avro, Parquet, Delta. All these file formats comes under binary file. Okay, so though it is a CSV file, you'll still see text type of wrapper object here. Okay, and then we have this writer method where we'll be passing the file name and then delimiter. So since I'm giving delimiter comma here, I mean, even though I haven't given comma, by default it will take comma. But if you want to change the delimiter value, you can actually change. Okay. And then if I do type of writer, it will give you CSV writer because the data you are writing to is to a CSV file. And then there is this method called write row, using which you can write the data. So I'm writing 4 rows here. First row is the header, and then from the second row I'm starting the data. Okay, and again, whether it is a header, whether these are rows, it's all our understanding, guys. But for Python, they are all rows. Okay, until and unless you are dealing with a dedicated set of libraries like pandas, which can understand header. Okay, when I run this, it will create a write data.csv file. Okay, you can download it and check the values, or alternately, here itself I'm writing the code to read data from that file. Import CSV, open method, and then opening it. This is an optional parameter because by default it's anyway read. And just like we have writer, we have reader. Okay, and the reader object, what it returns is iterable, just like the open method. Okay. Now I'm iterating through the same, and every time I iterate, I'm printing the row. Okay, and each row is a list. It will be printing each row as a list. And maybe you want to get a specific attribute, maybe like designed by, or maybe programming language, or maybe extension. You can use indexes of the list to retrieve the same like this. So for example, here I'm retrieving designed by and then programming language. Okay, so you have only got two attributes, designed by and then programming language. Then, you're seeing all these things. Okay. And then there is another function called dict reader, which would read every row in the form of a dictionary. Okay, rest of the code is still same, guys. Let me comment this. Now, if I run this, you will get all the rows in a dictionary format. You might ask me, boss, how does it added all the keys? Because values, we understand we have 3 rows where we have values. So basically it would read first line as a header. As I was mentioning, right, it all depends on what function you are using. So when you use this dict reader function, it will take the first row as header and it will add the values in the header as keys for rest of the rows. Okay, so for example, programming language Python designed by Guido van Rossum appeared 1991 and then extension .py. And the same goes with other records as well. And now maybe you want to iterate through these values as well, the key value pairs, you can do that too. I'm uncommenting it. It's the same code. Okay, so now I have iterated and printed them. This is the dictionary from which I have iterated and printed the key value pair separately. Let me take a pause. Are we good? Yes, no, maybe.
No. This one, can you once repeat? Like one step, yeah.
Okay, so Sriharsha, what is a dictionary? It will store data in key
Like
value
it will
pairs, correct?
it will store data. Yeah, it will store
Okay.
data.
So values I'm still fine because we have data, but how to create keys for those values? So basically what it would do is, this is how your file would look like, right? It will go and take the keys from this header. So it will consider the first line as header and it will create keys from this header. Okay, when it is reading from the second row, this is going to be key and this is going to be value and this is going to be key and this is going to be value. So positional mapping basically. And then third one appeared and 1991 is the value and then extension then .py.
So first row it will take as a header because
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
It doesn't happen for that other one, right? The
Nah,
CSV reader.
nah, it won't. Until and unless it's a dict reader, it won't happen.
Okay.
Okay. So for example, unfortunately in our course, we are not going to cover pandas, but there is another important module called pandas. Okay. So when you are trying to read the same CSV file using pandas, it will by default consider the first row as header. So we call it as a data frame basically. Okay. So at least people who are going through my data engineering course, they'll get a chance. At least if not pandas data frame, we'll be dealing with Spark data frame there. But generally, whenever you are dealing with a kind of tabular structure, right? The first row is considered as header. Okay, and you will have to explicitly tell if it is not a header. You can set a parameter header to true or false. When you put it as false, it won't consider the first row as header. There you'll have to do a mapping. Okay, explicit mapping. Right. So probably you can go through the notebooks I have given, guys. You will see pandas, the last notebook, the last session in my regular Python course. Okay, you'll get to understand. But only after going through all these sessions, you don't have to jump into pandas right away. Okay, are we good?
Can you please include a video on that? Like the pandas one?
Anusha, that's out of my scope actually. You may request Careerity folks, requesting them, if you can get recordings from my previous sessions.
Okay.
Okay.
Suresh, one question.
Yeah, please.
So we're doing a reader, right? Reader of
Mhm.
whatever the CSV file. So from reader itself, can we do reader.read line or something which gives like a line by line instead of doing this iterative?
But if you that is possible, but that way you will get only one line. Okay. So in order to print all the lines, you will have to iterate, right?
Okay, if I want to print, yes.
Okay, not just print. If you want to deal with all the rows, you will have to iterate. There is no other option.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the last but one file format is Excel. Okay, I'm pretty sure everybody of you are familiar with Excel. Let me open one Excel file. Okay. Now, if you see this Excel, the data would be stored in the form of rows and columns. This A, B, C, D are what we call as columns, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, these are all rows. Okay, and each of these ones are what we call as cells. This is one cell, this is another cell, third cell, fourth cell, and these are all what we call as cells, each box. Okay, and each cell is identified by column and row values. So for example, this produce is A1, cost per pound is B1, pound sold is C1, total is D1, and then A2 is potatoes, B2 is 0.86, C2 is 21.6, and D2 is 18.58. And you can have multiple sheets in this Excel workbook. Okay, so products is one sheet, sheet 1 is the second sheet, sheet 2 is the third sheet, sheet 4 fourth sheet. You can have multiple sheets. Okay, are we good with the terminology? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, Suresh. Yeah.
Okay, now let me show you how you can deal with this. So whatever you are doing here by writing a lot of code, right? So the beauty of Pandas, it uses the same OpenPyXL in the background, but it's more automated. Basically, it will give you a kind of SQL feel. Okay, yeah. Now I'll have to upload that file here. Upload. I'm going to use the same produce sales. So basically, what I'm trying to achieve by this example is showing you how to read data from an Excel file and how you can modify the data as well. Okay. So now in this file, we have 4 different columns, right? One is product, and the second one is cost per pound, and the total number of pounds sold, and the total price. Say for example, cost per pound into pounds sold is nothing but your total. Okay, and I'm rounding it to two digits. I'm also going to show you how to write this Excel formula as well using Python code. Okay. Now in our code, I'm going to read the content from this file and then update the price of some products, and then we'll try to calculate the total. Okay, for one of these products. Now moving on, in OpenPyXL, you have this function called load workbook, where you'll have to pass the file path, Okay, and once you got the workbook object, then you will have to get the sheet which you wanted to work on, because in a Excel workbook you can have multiple sheets, and you can do that by using get sheet by name method. Okay, from workbook dot get sheet by name, you can pass the name of the sheet. Okay, if you haven't given any name to your sheet, it will be sheet 1. Okay, and then I'm creating a dictionary for which I want to update the prices. So for example, I want to update the price of garlic to 3.07. I want to update the price of grapes to 1.19, and I want to update the price of lemon to 1.27. Okay. Now, the first operation we are doing here is a sum operation, writing a formula. Sheet of E2, meaning in E2 is what? This one. In E2, I'm writing this formula, some formula, and that formula is this. Okay. Is equals to sum of B2 to D2, meaning B2 is this to D2. So basically it will calculate sum of all these things. $41.04, something like this. Okay, so that is what this code is going to do. So like this, you can give any formula, guys, and where you want to calculate it to. Okay, and now let's go read the record one by one or rows one by one, and then try to see if we have the above products that needs to be updated and change the value. And for the same, I'm using for loop in the range of 2 because I'm eliminating header, which is 1. Okay, and then length function would give the number of values of whatever you are passing over here. Now, sheet of A is nothing but this one. And how many values do you have? So in total, we have 23,758 values. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more to this. The reason being I'm starting from 2, not from 1. Okay. So this length will help us to iterate till 23,758. Okay. Now for every iteration, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to get the product name. Product name is equals to sheet.cell of row number will be taken from this for loop 2, and then column number is 1. 1 is nothing but the first value or the first position, which is product. Okay. So it is starting from 2 and the column name is 1 for every iteration. So 2-1 is potato, 3-1 is okra, 3-1 is fava beans, 4-1 is watermelon, so on and so forth for every iteration. Okay. And now what I'm going to check is if that product name is present in the price updates. Okay. So here I'm getting the product name right in while iterating. Okay. If that product is present in these dictionary, in this dictionary, price updates dictionary, if it is there, then I'm going to update it. If it is not, then I'm going to leave it as is. Let's assume it is there. Then what I'm going to do is sheet.cell of for that particular row number, and column is 2 because the price is present in the second column. If you see, the price is present in the second column. Okay. Is equals to dot value is equals to price updates of product name is what I'm taking. So for example, I have got grapes. Okay. Now if I go and check for grapes, okay, so there are grapes at multiple places where the price is 2.63 and the number of pounds sold is 17 to 17.4. I'm not interested about other columns, but 2.63 is where I'm interested. Now what I'll have to do is I'll have to replace this 2.63 with the value that is created in the dictionary. Going back to the code. So that is what I'm doing. So I'm taking the second column for the particular product and updating it with the price given here. So from 2.6 to 1.19. Okay, and this continues for 23,000 or the number of rows you have. And every time you find a products in this dictionary, okay, I'm updating the prices with the latest prices. And once I'm done and came out of this loop, I'm saving this workbook to update it produce sales.xlsx. Now let me run this. Now with this example, I'm expecting a couple of things. One is having this formula applied and also, having these prices updated. Let's go ahead and check. So I have this downloaded already. You see 41.04 is applied, and then grapes value is changed to 1.19. What else did we change? Grapes, garlic to 3.07. So garlic 3.07. And what else did we change? Lemon 1.97. Where is lemon? There you go, 1.27, the latest price. Okay, so this is how you can iterate through row by row, cell by cell, and then do whatever the operations you want to write formula, or maybe add data, or maybe you want to remove, you can remove that data. You can do all those operations. Let me take a pause. Are we good?
So why are we using a single quote for that calculation of the sum?
This is a string. You are passing
Okay.
the formula as a string.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. And it will apply the prices, updated prices wherever they find garlic, grapes, or lemon,
Yes,
right?
that's correct. Are we good?
The sheet
And
you
how to
do.
read from CSV, Suresh?
CSV, we have already seen this, right? CSV files.
No, sorry. Excel, reading from the Excel.
This is the logic which would help you to read, and then you can iterate once you have these objects created.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Suppose in this Excel, I want like 15th row, 15th column, and 20th column, 25th column. So like that I can define like same by
You
using.
can.
Okay.
All you just need to do is use this function and pass the respective values here. That should
Row
do.
number column. Okay. Pass these columns. Okay.
Yeah. That's how you identify cell, right? With the row number
Yeah.
and then
With the row
column number.
Okay.
Or alternatively, you can use this also, sheet of E2, F2, whatever you want.
So in this Excel,
Hmm.
can we identify a particular like value and then separate those rows into another sheet? Like for example, if I
Yes.
want all the rows that is with garlic, what is the function for that, Suresh? Like to move them to a separate
You'll
sheet?
create a new sheet basically. Okay. And you'll use the same function save, but you'll be saving it in that new sheet and removing it from the existing sheet. Doable, pretty much doable.
Okay. So saving to a new sheet and at the same time removing from the existing sheet. Okay.
Yes. If you want to remove, if you don't want to remove, you can keep it as is.
Okay.
Okay.
And
So
what is that sheet E2?
sheet of E2 is the value at E2 cell.
Oh, okay, got it. So we are calculating the sum and placing it here. Okay.
Yes. So basically in E2, we are writing this formula.
Oh,
just like we do in an Excel sheet.
Basically, E2 that is the cell number. Okay, got it.
Yes, E2 is the cell number, correct.
And if we want to just pull the data from the Excel and to upload to any database like Oracle or SQL, we can after iterating we can use some sort of SQL connector and push the data to that table, right?
Yes, we have database connectors. Say for example, if you're using MySQL, you have MySQL connector and other things, but I don't recommend using OpenPyXL for those use cases. You can use Pandas data frame where you have direct functions to do that. You don't have to write a lot of code. So you create a data frame, Pandas data frame, and push that Pandas data frame to database, which will be more easier. Make sense, Vamshi?
Yes.
Or maybe I can suggest another way also. You have these load methods, right, in SQL.
Got it.
Okay, so you can run that load method using SQL connector rather than doing all these things, because it's like file to file upload. You're not making any modifications to the file, right?
Right.
So if you are making any modifications, maybe you can take that data frame approach or whatever the approach you are looking at my screen. But if it is a file to SQL database upload, whatever the load command we use, load data in path, there is some commands, right, to load a file into database table.
Right.
Okay. So you can run the same command using the SQL connector or the
Got it.
database connector, my bad.
Got it.
Okay.
So for example, we have like two sheets where we need to compare between the sheets and like common or uncommon rows we want to save in another data sheet. So there will be like huge number of rows that we need to compare. So is there any like easier way to do that? Like
Yeah,
instead of
you
doing
create two data frames, pandas data frames, data frame 1 and data frame 2. Okay. So data frame is nothing but a table in memory. Okay, it will have all the rows and columns and do a minus operation. Will give you all the rows which are not there in one particular table. Maybe you want to get both. You can do A minus B union B minus A.
so pandas is more efficient in those cases.
Yes, for any SQL operations involved, right? Pandas is more efficient.
Okay.
Any SQL transformations. So whatever the use case you're talking about, I can definitely relate it to, some kind of an RDBMS use case or
Yes.
some SQL processing. So what you can do is you can create two data frames separately, one for sheet 1 and one for sheet 2, and then do A minus B union B minus A. And then you add the output to the sheet 3 so that you will get all the records which are not common.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Just one. Pandas you will cover in like Azure data engineering class, right? Suresh?
No.
No?
PySpark I'll cover.
Pandas you will not cover.
No.
So, Suresh, like whatever we can't cover in this Python session, you could let us know the topics. Like pandas is one example.
I'm
We
gonna do
can
that. I'm gonna do
Okay.
that in next 15
Yes,
minutes.
I was going to ask the same. Like, let us know like what are the important topics in pandas that like it is good to know for us. Like we can go through those few topics.
And also let me tell you something, guys. Say for example, I'm not sure how many of you have opted for DevOps and joining DevOps. Okay, so for those guys, pandas is immaterial. They doesn't really need it. Okay, so for example, somebody is getting into full stack development after this Python course, might not be from Career 80 or from some other organization, or maybe you want to learn by your own. You don't need pandas. Okay, so pandas are for the folks who extensively deal with data engineering. And again, even they don't use pandas, they use PySpark for doing the same operations, or they'll rely on SQL. Okay, but generally pandas are for data scientists. Okay, who run their ML algorithms, do the basic transformations on a smaller data sets. Okay, but I will definitely throw some light on that for sure. But don't worry too much about it if you are not willing to get into data side. Okay.
Hey, Suresh, I have a question. Like now the whole world is talking about AI and stuff. So even assume like if you are enrolled for DevOps, so the data engineering course make any sense to learn so that to at least to understand AI because now the job market is quite different. Like
Vamshi, I sorry to cut you short. I will
yeah.
take this question in next 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sure, that works.
Yeah. Allow me 15 minutes. I have one last file format to cover, which is JSON.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that people who are waiting for this concept, right? They don't have to wait. Okay.
And why did it throw error when we ran that?
It didn't throw any error. It didn't throw any error, right? This is not an error.
Oh, okay.
This is an
Okay.
informative message.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it created the file and all. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You can see that updated price produce sales.xlsx. You see?
Yeah, I got it, Suresh. Thank you.
Yep. No problem. Okay. So the last topic of our course is JSON. Okay. So any idea, guys, what exactly are JSON files? Isn't it looking like a dictionary?
Yes.
Okay. Let me explain. So JSON files are also stored with an extension .json. Okay. One moment. This is how the data inside your file would look like. Name. Suresh. And then maybe profession. Trainer. Here it has to be only double quotes, guys. You don't accept single quotes. Okay. And then maybe location. Hyderabad. Now this file can be saved as a .json file. You go to JSON, just select JSON, and then you'll have the key value pairs highlighted too. And then maybe you want to validate a JSON, you can do that as well using online JSON editors. Okay. So for example, if you want to check whether it is a valid JSON or not, you can go to JSONlint, JSONLINT.com. Okay. Validate JSON. Guys, can you please go on mute if you're not talking? Okay, thank you. You see, JSON is valid. Okay, so to keep long discussion short, okay, so a dictionary stored in a file is a JSON file. Or to store a dictionary, you need a JSON file. As simple as that. Okay. Now let's see how it can be done. And you might ask me, boss, why is this needed? So especially when you want to write a dynamic code, right? We use this JSON file as configuration. So all the configurations which are parameterizable are given in this JSON file. Okay. So not just that, there are multiple applications. Let's say you're dealing with HTTP APIs. Okay, post request, get request. So for example, post request, you send the body in the form of JSON. Get request, you get the response in JSON format. Okay, so not just one place, at multiple places you end up using JSON. Okay, now let me show you how you can deal with JSON. Two operations, simple. Writing a dictionary to a JSON file, reading a JSON file to a dictionary, as simple as that. The content in the JSON file to a dictionary. So for example, here, can you tell me what is the type? Can you tell me what is the type here?
String.
String.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a string, and we call this as JSON string. We call this as JSON string. Okay. So for example, if I remove this quotes, now can you tell me what is the format of this?
Dictionary.
Yes. Okay. Now if I'm just doing it. Now, if you want to convert a JSON string to a dictionary, we use loads method. We use loads method. Okay, I'm importing JSON module, JSON.loads of string. It will give you a dictionary. Now, if you do type of student dict, it's a dictionary. Student dict of name will give you the value because it's a dictionary. Okay, so this is a typical example for HTTP responses, which will be there in a JSON format, but you will get them as a string. Okay, and then convert dictionary to a JSON string, right? So now this is a dictionary, and now you have dumps function, which does the opposite function. Okay, converting JSON dictionary to a string. There you go. So basically you only have 4 functions here, guys: loads, dumps, load, dump. Loads, dumps, load, dump. Loads and dumps are for converting JSON string to dictionary, and dumps is for converting a dictionary to a JSON string. Okay, and when you have to write them to a file or read them from a file, the function would be load and dump. You'll not have S there. Okay, so for example, I'm importing JSON and then I'm creating a person dictionary which have name Bob, languages English and French, married true, and then age 32. Okay, and now I'm opening this file in JSON and I'm writing it to the file using dump method. Okay, so I'm writing this person dictionary into this JSON file. My JSON file is person.json. When I run this, you will see a person JSON created over here. Okay, and maybe you want to read data from a JSON file. You will be using load. Import JSON. Now open of person.json as f, and then I'm loading it. And then if I print data, you will read all the data from this JSON file into a dictionary. Okay, so once we got this dictionary, you can do whatever operation you want to. The ball is in your code. Basically, all the dict functions are applicable over here. Type of data is dictionary. Maybe you want to get the married status. You can do data of married, it will give you true. Maybe you want to get age, data of age will give you 32. Likewise. Okay, so it's very simple. You only have 4 functions: loads, dumps, load, dump. Okay, so load and dump to deal with files, and then loads and dumps to deal with strings. And everything is all about either getting into a dictionary or pushing out of a dictionary. Okay, and then maybe you want to print it in a readable format, then you can give indentation as well. Rather than printing everything in one line, it will print using this indentation. And I'm giving sort keys is equals to true so that the keys would be printed in sorted order. Like this. Okay, let me take a pause. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll be addressing all your questions, but allow me 5 to 10 minutes, guys. I want to give you instructions on what you should be doing as your next steps. Okay, so let me complete that and I'll address all your questions. Right. So if you got a chance to look at what I have shared you, you'll see these Colab notebooks. Okay, so fundamentals I have covered. This is nothing but your playground: variables, conditions, loops and control structures, functions, lists, dictionaries, tuples, frozen sets and strings I have covered. And then file IO, Python, JSON I have covered. And the topics I haven't covered are dates, calendars and time deltas, which is pretty basic. Okay, so they're all inbuilt functions. You can just Google it and you'll get some good tutorials. Okay, so the most suggested ones are which I have already shared: Java T-Point, and one of our participants also have shared a website the other day. But my suggestion is always Java T-Point. Okay, and then Python, JSON I have covered, FileIO I have covered, and then these topics I haven't covered, which is exception handling, Python OOPS, Python for data science, where I usually cover NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, and Plotly, 4 modules. Okay, and there is another module which I haven't covered is database connectivity, Python database connectivity. So these are the topics which I haven't covered. Okay. So if you want to know what topics I haven't covered, you can open these Colab notebooks and see what I have covered. The rest all are something which I haven't covered. Okay. Now my references for Python. So you might ask me, boss, whatever we have learned, how it is useful. I have given you all the basics that are needed for scaling up yourself. Okay. Now with the knowledge you have acquired, you can get into full stack development, you can get into data engineering, you can get into automations, you can get into whatever you want to. Okay. Now practice sources. I would recommend HackerRank once you are totally equipped with all the concepts you have learned so far. And talking about a programming language, right? There is nothing like I learn everything and then I start practicing. No. Okay, you learn by practicing, right? So HackerRank is one website where you can register yourself, and mark my words, every problem statement in a HackerRank would take at least a day or two for you, assuming that you are all beginners. Until and unless you have been coding from past 4 or 5 years, maybe in a different programming language. Okay, if you are all beginners, then it would take at least 2 to 3 days for every problem statement. If you are spending, I'm assuming you will spend maybe 2 3 hours in a day. Okay, because you will be researching a lot of concepts and you have the complexity as well, easy, medium, hard. I'll recommend you to start with easy ones, which you'll be able to do it in maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Okay, and eventually I want you to go to medium and then hard. So even though you are not able to solve hard problems, it's fine. You know, forget about you having almost 7 years of experience into Python. Sometimes I find it difficult. Sometimes not all my test cases will get passed, which is okay because I'm not aiming for a product company. Okay, but as long as you are able to solve easy and medium, you can feel really good about yourself. Okay, that you have learned a lot, right? But nevertheless, you can give it a shot for hard problem statements as well. Okay, and then my favorite websites, Java T Point, and then you can also use Tutorial Point, and also you can use W3 Schools. Okay, so these are the 3 websites, and if you are a bookish guy, you can use Headfirst Python. Okay, and if you are a YouTube guy, you can use this channel called Programming Hero. Okay, so the one thing I love about this YouTube channel is he will not be teaching Python in a conventional way. Okay, now that you have got all the basics, so this guy will take some interesting real-time examples. When I say real-time examples, not your definition of real-time examples. So for example, he will show you how to send a WhatsApp message using Python. He will show you how to keep your mouse moving. Say for example, you don't have to put a weight on your space bar or any other key in your keyboard. So you have events, mouse events, keyboard events. So you can write a Python code and generate those events so that your system will never sleep and you will always be online. Okay, so these are few examples. So all his videos will teach such kind of an examples, making Python more exciting. Okay, so this is the YouTube channel which I would highly recommend. Okay, and if you are done with all these things and if you still want to learn, get back to me. But completing these things itself would take some good amount of time, easily 6 months, along with your other courses.
And
Okay.
along with HackerRank, there is a thing called Lead Code.
I don't recommend lead code at this point in time. Lead code problem statements are little complex. Okay,
True.
but I can add it
True.
here though.
True.
For tech geeks. Okay, so I'll give you a simple statement, guys. Lead code. Okay, I was attending interview for one of the bank. Okay, so it's a Singapore-based bank, and they have given me a link of lead code to write code. Okay, to solve a problem statement. And I was able to write code in 20-25 minutes without looking at Google. Thanks to the trainings I'm taking on a daily basis, I remember all the syntaxes. Okay, and trust me, they haven't asked me a single question in that round. Okay, so that's the kind of power lead code can give you. Okay, but the problem statements in lead code are little complex. Generally, people keep saying this. If you are able to solve 30-40% of lead code problem statements, actual problem statements, you can consider yourself hired for Microsoft, Google, whatever it is. Okay, so knowledge on data structures and algorithms are also needed for cracking problem statements in lead code. So I don't want any one of you to start with lead code. Okay, until and unless you are aiming for Google. or any Mang companies. Okay, so this is about lead code, but yes, like completing these things itself will take a good amount of time. But please make sure you are regular with your practice, guys. That's something which I would request you, recommend you, or beg you, because we have spent good amount of time, and I don't want all this effort, getting wasted. Okay, I want to see every one of you, excelling in Python career, right? Be it data engineering, data science, or DevOps, or anything. Okay. And the next thing I want to discuss is an assignment which I want to give you. I want you to implement a Python code for to-do list. Okay. So basically what it should do is it will take user input from the user. Okay. Like what are the activities deadline, and then whether he wants to be notified via email. Okay. And the refresh frequency. I mean the notification frequency. So what it will have to do is it will have to give user all the privileges to add activity and then delete activity. I'm not even writing anything on my screen. There is a reason. I want you to understand the requirement. I'm just giving you a high level requirement, and I want you to come up with design as well. Okay. So just think about how to-do list works in your mobile apps, right? And then come up with a requirement. Sorry, come up with a design. Right? So basically all I'm looking for is it should have options for user to add an activity, delete an activity, right? And whenever he is adding an activity, you should be capturing details like the activity name, the activity category, and then probably, the activity deadline, and then whether he wants to be notified using an email, likewise. Okay. Now, once you run your Python code, everything looks good, but once the runtime is disconnected, you will lose everything. Okay. So I want you to take a file approach. You take a file and all these preferences should be saved in a file. And when you run this application again, you read that content from the file, and then you will get the latest status of all the tasks. Let's say if you see the deadline is crossed, you will have to trigger an email notification to the user saying that boss, for this particular activity, deadline crossed. Okay, and then you also take a refresh frequency, and let's say refresh frequency is 2 days. So for every 2 days till the action is completed, you'll have to keep notifying him on that particular activity. Okay, so this is a very high level requirement. If you want, you can add more requirements. If you want to start with the basic, you can remove that email requirement for now. Okay, but what I want you to do is come up with a design. Okay, and probably it's not going to be a 1 day task. After going through all the recordings, if you start working on it, it will take at least a week's time to get a solution which you will satisfy yourself. Are we good?
Yeah.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, do some research, guys. So basically you will use dictionaries. Okay, so this is something which one of my participants did. Okay, so what he did was, he added user level categorization as well. So for example, Suresh, and then, Jim is a category in which he have written couple of, activities as a list. Okay, and then activity deadline and then status, same activity deadline and then status, then maths. He's the student I was talking about, if you remember. Okay, so you'll see homework, weekend, maths, physics in his examples. Okay, but this is how he stored, and then he was able to make a good progress. He almost completed this assignment. Okay, so this is the high level design what he have come up with. This is how he want to store, and then he came up with that JSON file. And once you have that JSON file, a dictionary, you can do all the additions, deletions, update, right? And then check the values. If the dates are crossing, then you send an email. All these things can be embedded. There is a good amount of work to be done. Okay, but again, I don't want you to, get influenced by the example I have shown you. I want you to come up with your own design. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, but this is going to be a good example, right? So this is one thing which I wanted to cover. And
Can you paste this in the chat, Suresh, if you don't mind?
no, Tirupati, I don't do that.
The
Okay.
content like that head first Python and other stuff you
Oh, that
put
one.
it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one I can do. I thought you were asking about the to-do list. You can take a screenshot, guys. Chat option, for some reason, I'm not able to access, but you can take a screenshot. Okay. So this is a YouTube channel. This is a textbook. These are websites. These are all websites. Okay. Are we good?
Yeah. One question, Suresh.
Yes,
So
Srinath.
for Java and all, we'll have that runtime file where when we execute that, we'll get the option. Is there a way that we can do that for Python as well? We always need to get in and run this Python.
You can do that. It depends on you know, what IDE you are using and how you have developed. If it is an IPYNB notebook, there is a different way of, you know, productionizing it. Even for Python, you can generate jar files and you know, you can execute them. Okay. And there are wheel files which you can create and then execute them. There are multiple ways.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just want to know that because we
Yeah.
always write the program and just using this collab, we are trying to run it right. So I was
Yeah.
wondering if there is a way.
Now we do have
Okay.
those ways of dealing with Python.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, you can probably read about wheel file, WHEEL, wheel.
Oh, okay. Wheel file. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys?
Just one question about this Python course. So this is just like for the Azure you gave this Python course, right? So other course, the Python detailed course, that is also you give through Career IT. Just wanted to know.
Yes.
Okay.
My life is dedicated to Career IT.
So, no. Like it is with same like because you are now giving Azure and DevOps. So in the same month you are also giving Python. So that I wanted to know. So
So honestly, from past couple of months, I have stopped Python regular batches because right now, see, I can maximum take 2 batches, right? And you know, both the batches are data engineering right now for me.
Oh, okay. Or DevOps also
One,
you give or
no,
also
DevOps is a different trainer. It's a
a
different trainer.
Okay. But you give
Come on, yaar. I'm a human.
No, I thought that's what 2 courses. I thought okay, DevOps also you
Robot.
give one hand.
Okay, even that applies to you as well. You know, when you're learning something, try to learn, you know, in one area. You don't need to know everything.
Okay.
Okay, maybe with experience you will know at a high level what happens in the background, but you know that knowledge should be enough.
So for the
Okay.
DevOps, will you suggest data engineering as well to learn something?
Yes. So this is the question you have asked earlier, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because market is quite different now. But to be frank, in US, DevOps is no more. Most of the small size companies, they are asking the developers itself to manage their own DevOps activities since the cloud is
I'll
there.
tell you, Vamshi. Okay. So it's not true in all the cases, but
Yeah,
it's
I
true
agree.
in some of the cases. Okay. I'll tell you what's happening. So back in 2013, when I started my career, it was Hadoop. You know, people were praising Hadoop like anything. Okay, and everybody wants to get into Hadoop, even though their dataset is in KBs. Okay, just because they want to show they're into the latest technology, right? And 2016, people stopped talking about Hadoop. That 2-3 years, they have given so much of hype, and then Spark came into picture. Spark was initially not that great in the beginning, honestly, because I was working on Spark right from the day one of its release. It's an open source framework. We were developing Spark applications in Scala using Cloudera distribution. back then, which is an on-premise distribution. So, 1.5 year, it was okay, but then people started raising questions on Spark. Okay. And that time, right, all of a sudden, DevOps came into picture and then it was boomed like anything. I don't know what people were doing earlier because my understanding of DevOps, it will help you to productionize, automate all your productions. Okay. Till then, I don't know how people were doing it. Nobody were talking about DevOps, but all of a sudden, if you have DevOps skill set on your profile, you are the most wanted guy in the market. And that happened for almost 3-4 years, especially with this on-premise systems. And then cloud came in. Slowly, gradually, the demand for DevOps guys have come down because most of the things are now automated. Let's say you are a developer and then maybe you learn some DevOps. You should be able to do it by yourself by using tools. But again, they're costlier. When there is an automation, you'll have to pay for it because it's reducing your effort. Okay, so Azure DevOps is one such example, right? And let me tell you, all these things will happen only in small scale development teams. Okay, I'm not talking about scale of the organization because even though you might work for a bigger organization, but let's say you're doing some kind of a POC work or maybe some small project where you don't have enough budget to build the dedicated teams, you'll end up doing this. Okay, so these are the scenarios where you will end up doing everything. Data engineering you will do, data science you will do, DevOps you will do, but not on a perfect scale. Okay, so basically you build that project just to give an idea how it would look or what it can do if it is developed in a bigger scale. Only those were the scenarios where these guys would come into picture. So we add a tag called staff, say for example, staff data engineer, staff data scientist. The meaning of that is, let's say I'm a staff data engineer, meaning my primary skill is data engineering, but I can do data administration, I can do some data science, I can do some DevOps as well. That's the expectation. So master in one, jack of remaining trades. Whenever you see that keyword staff. Okay, so these days that kind of requirements are coming in. Okay, so in fact, from past 2-3 years with the current market, with lack of budgets, I have been seeing more of such kind of roles. Okay, but let's say when everything gets settled down, hopefully, I'm not sure when, but probably this year. Okay, so the best practice, always the best practices is to have dedicated teams, dedicated data engineering team, dedicated platform team, and then dedicated DevOps team. That's how you can actually get better governance. And when you have wider audience, okay. So if there are a lot of people who are using the solutions you are building, definitely one team managing all these activities cannot survive. Honestly, in bigger companies, you have almost different teams. Different team for ops, different team for SRE, different team for development, different team for platforms, right? So that's how it is. So current requirement, yes, I would definitely agree because of the budget constraints and other things. People have limited the headcount and looking for people who can do multiple things might not be the master, but at least they know something and then they can scale up. Okay, but eventually in the longer run, that might not work.
Yeah.
Okay, but having that knowledge is priceless, right? So you don't
Right.
have to assume things. At least you will know what's happening.
Right. Yeah. Because even I was confused. I'm into system admin, system engineering side, into DevOps. Since 3 years, I never got opportunity to code. We were into operations. Now my project is ending. So when I go for an interview, mostly they are expecting a development skills. So
Yeah.
DevOps is no more. That's what I am in confusion to whether to learn into machine learning or AI. I don't know what's going in.
I would say don't go by fancy words. You do
Yeah,
some
I know.
initial research. Okay. Because I hope most of you are experienced enough to take a call by yourself. So for example, you ask me, I tell you based on my experience. You go and ask somebody else, they'll tell you based on their experience. Okay. So for example, I say data engineering is doing good today. The reason being I still get a lot of calls. I still get a lot of requirement. We are recruiting a lot of folks. So in our company, we ourselves have almost 15 to 20 open positions in my team. Okay, so we have been doing interviews from past 3.5 months. Okay, so when somebody asks me, boss, how is data engineering doing? I would say it's good. Okay, so I would let you do that research by yourself. You can go through portals and then see how many job postings were there for a particular skill set. Okay, and then probably you can decide on one stack. But my recommendations, choose one and stick to one. Don't
Got
juggle
it.
around.
Got it. Thank you.
What's the average pay range for the data engineering, Suresh?
It depends on the country, your experience range.
I'm asking in India.
In India, for a 5-year experienced guy, it's ranging from 20 to 30 lakh.
All right. Okay.
It
So
might
another
go above 30, it might go below 20, depending on your current package, and there are a lot of other parameters to write. Yeah, but the average lies in between that. And there could be outliers like above 30. I have seen folks earning 35, 37 with 4-5 years experience.
Great. It's great. Crazy.
These days, right, dynamics have changed because, unlike earlier where people stick to TCS, Infosys, no, that's not happening. A lot of mid-level companies, startups have came into picture. People with 3-year, 4-year experience are leading teams. People with 7-year experience are managing teams if they are capable enough. Okay, so experience is no more a parameter, at least in India. Okay, it all depends on your capability. Maybe the same might not be applicable for companies like Infosys, TCS, Accentures. Okay, but as long as you have that appetite to grow, there are no limits. We have hundreds of startups in Hyderabad itself.
Yeah. I was just thinking about moving to India. That's why I asked the range.
Yeah, I have worked for a startup.
Okay.
Where I was recruited as a delivery head with 7.5 years of experience. I was managing an account. I was managing an entire account, and 40 people were reporting to me back then.
Oh.
Okay, I couldn't handle that, and eventually I left that job. That's a different story. But yes, like I said, it's all about your appetite, and you have very good opportunities.
Yeah. Thank you, Suresh.
Yeah.
so we
Yeah, please.
So we are talking about different technologies. Like once Hadoop was at its peak, and then Scala came. And so, in what stage is data engineering right now? Is it at its peak, or in like it's going towards the peak, or its decline, or in what stage is it right now?
This is a very good question. Okay. Basically, the straightforward answer might not help you, but I'll tell you what. So what is Hadoop? What is Spark? What is data engineering? You look at technologies, you will always become obsolete in the market once the technology is gone. But you look at solutions, solutions will stay forever. Today, it's, few years ago it was Hadoop, then Spark. Again, what is data engineering? Data engineering is again what we are doing using Spark. These are all different nomenclature we use. ETL operations, ETL developer or Informatica developer. Informatica, they use a tool called Informatica to do these ETLs. Okay. At the end of the day, as a data engineer, you end up doing the same operations. You do the same extract, same load, same transform. Okay. So people call it as ETL, ELT, ELTL. Okay, and then you end up creating those dimension models, or you ingest data. So there are only these 3 operations, Anusha: extract, transform, load.
Yes.
Okay, so what service you are going to use, and from what source you are pulling in data, and to what destination you are writing your data is what matters, and is what defines what services you'll be using. As simple as that. Okay, so there are multiple applications, like MDM is one application, master data management, and then data lake, creating a data lake is another application, and then real-time streaming is another application. Okay, we will have to learn these solutions basically more than anything.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, when that is there, we'll not worry about the tech stack. Today it is Databricks, tomorrow it could be anything else. At the end of the day, again, the core is this. So for me, right, the skills that are required for data engineering is this knowledge plus Python plus SQL. SQL first and then Python. You can scale up on any service.
Yes.
But when you don't know what is a join, you don't know what is a union, what will you do using SQL or Python? No use. Okay. Any other questions? Again, these are all my personal opinions, guys. People might differ with my opinion, but that's okay.
So in the coming months, like, is there anything like a class lined up for you, Suresh? Only Python, like detailed Python course? Just wanted to know. Or only Azure you'll be teaching?
I'm honestly planning to reduce the stress. So one batch is going to be completed by end of July. I'm planning to take only one batch. So it's not going to happen anytime sooner. But there is another trainer for Python right now in Career IT. You can definitely go with that trainer. One thing I can assure you is these Career IT folks are, very particular about the trainers. So they will not pick anyone randomly. They only go for proven trainers with experience, industry experience. Okay. So maybe you might definitely like him too. And you'll also have flexibility, right? You can try first few sessions and join only if you like it. Okay, so you don't have to wait for me. You have the alternates too.
Okay, Suresh.
Could we get this early recording sessions at least to go through, because today we joined in middle of the course,
I
right?
mean, whatever I have taken for your batch, you will get for sure. But if you are referring to my previous batch sessions, I might not be able to comment that, Vamshi, because that decision would be on Career IT folks.
Got it.
Okay, so you can request them, and if I don't know what policies they have. Usually, generally, they don't. Okay, so I'm not sure. Maybe case on case basis they might do it, but I don't know.
Suresh Garu, I am currently working as app ops, like production support engineer. So, what do you recommend? Like, do you recommend like a DevOps line or the data engineer line? Because I want to change my line from production support to something DevOps or data engineer, but I'm not able to decide on that. So,
I'll tell you what.
yeah.
Okay. Guys, I'll give you a simple example. I don't know how many of you have heard about SSIS or SSMS. Okay. So this is Microsoft Stack, which is almost obsolete in the market. Okay. So one of my friends, okay, he used to feel really, really bad about getting into that technology because as a fresher, we join in some big TCS or any other organizations as a part of campus placement, and we don't have a choice to choose a particular technology. We don't have an option, right? So he ended up into those technologies, and almost he spent 4 or 5 years, and later on he couldn't change. Okay, so he used to feel really, really bad because he upload his profile in the Naukri portal. In India, we have Naukri portal, job portal. He barely used to get calls. Okay. Now, what happened is after 10 years of him starting his career, okay, even today calls are less, but the pay scale is very high because of the lack of resources on that scale. Because there are still companies, there are still organizations who are managing their legacy systems. Not everything has been migrated. Okay, so he have mastered those tools to an extent that if he attends an interview, he'll clear it. Okay, now he's getting more pay than me. Okay, so I don't believe in picking up the latest technology that might give you more opportunities, but what I always believe in is you will have to work with what you are more comfortable with. Guys, can you please go on mute if you're not talking? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so for example, if I have to choose a technology, let's say I want to move away from data engineering, what I'll do is I'll open Udemy, and then I'll register for the courses which I want to try out, and then maybe I'll listen to first few sessions. It would hardly cost me 1500 INR. Udemy sells courses for less than 500 rupees. Okay, let's say I have shortlisted 3 courses. I'll just go through first few sessions of all those courses and then see how it's happening. Let's say definitely I will get to know, boss, this is not my cup of tea. let's say DevOps. I have tried DevOps, but I felt ki DevOps is not my cup of tea. For some reason, I don't like getting into administration or operations. I felt it's not my cup of tea. And then, I have gone with data science. It was really interesting, and then I continued doing it. And then I have taken a full stack. I really loved it. Though I never have worked on it in real time. I really loved full stack course, and I have completed that course. Okay. So, for me, it all depends on what is exciting you. And then forget about what is exciting you. It is always important to choose something which you are able to understand easily. Okay, so people say that maths is my favorite subject. Boss, maths is not your favorite subject. Maths is your favorite subject because you get more marks in maths. You are comfortable with maths. At least that's my definition of favoritism. Cricket is my favorite sport because I understand it. I don't like football because I don't know rules of football. Okay, so it's as simple as that. You just try it out. If you feel comfortable, stick to it, and learn everything in that. That is what I would recommend, rather than going by fancy names and choosing AI, ML, Gen AI, Chat GPT. No point, right? So how many organizations are really using Chat GPT? It's a question mark. At least as on today, it's a question mark. Maybe future 2 year, 3 year, the usage might increase. Okay, but this is where we stand today. Hope I made sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably once you are trying, you don't have to stick to online courses. You can go and join a live session because you got some familiarity with whatever you have seen, and now you can join a full-time course, and then you put all your effort into it and excel in it. Okay. All good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Suresh.
Okay. So this is the wrap up for our Python course, guys. So before you leave, I want to hear from you. How did you feel about the session? Any feedback for me? Anything I need to improve? Did you enjoy the sessions? I just want to hear from you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
we-
start. I mean,
So,
thank you so
can
much,
I give?
Suresh. Really appreciate the whole Python course that you took. At least to start with, for most of us, I mean, I can't talk about all others, but at least from my side, I got to know what it is and how we can do. So, as you said, maybe we need more practice and keep on practicing and trying to do different things, and we'll get expertise in that. But yeah, I think you are perfect. I mean, at least from my side, I liked the how you went, the speed, how you went, and the topics you covered, and the basics, which are the root for all the programming that you covered. So I think really appreciate on that side.
Cool. Thank you, Srinath.
Yeah.
Hello, Suresh.
Yeah, Vishnu.
Yeah, Vishnu here. Actually, I did not start the class, but actually I watched all video, couple of videos. Then actually I'm very busy with the work here in the area. And
Yeah.
every day timings are not working out. Okay, I don't want to this time. Then after watching four videos, right? I decided even missed also not a problem, but I can listen voice, your way of explanation, your way of dedication. Actually, I truly appreciate it.
Probably
Same,
I
I
should
I
I,
did
I
the
should
same.
request Career IT folks to stop uploading recordings till I complete the course. Maybe that would give me more attendance.
No. But due to the work only, but
Yeah.
I never be, yeah. But however, you have given wonderful knowledge to everyone. Right? If we don't work out, it is our problem, not your problem.
But please work on it. I want you to, I want every one of you to get excelled in one of the technologies which you are aspiring for, because for me, it's all about effort. I don't believe in money. I believe in time and effort. We have put in a lot
Yeah.
of effort. We have put in a lot of time.
Yes.
I'm waking up even on weekends to deliver these sessions so that we can complete it on time. So please don't leave this behind, guys. I mean, you have also put in a lot of effort. You are sacrificing your weekends, right? So please continue this.
Sure. Thank you.
Only request we want a detailed
Yes,
question
Sri.
from Python. No. Whenever
From
in
me,
the detailed course of Python, yeah.
from me, it might not be possible anytime sooner, Sriharsha. I need some rest too. My body is giving those signals. Tomorrow I'll be adding one more year to my age. So I'm
You said
planning to
you're
reduce
only
the
30,
sessions.
right?
I'm
You're
33.
only
I'll be
30
turning
years.
33.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, you add 20 years extra for me. Even though you make energy me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So anything else you want to discuss
Yeah,
or
just
add?
one thing.
And once if we want to contact you for any doubt or anything like that, we need to go through Career IT, right?
Yes, Srinath. So there are some compliance policies. I'm not allowed to share any of my contact details.
Right. Yeah.
But people still have ways to find it out. They are contacting me. I don't know how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. I am also happy.
Thank you, Suresh. You are a great trainer that I have ever seen in Python. I have
Oh man,
went to.
please don't say that.
No. It's true. It's true.
I'm just another developer.
I almost attended 4 training institutes. Yeah, it's real. Almost attended 4 training institutes, but I couldn't able to get more interest while you are teaching. Your teaching way is more interesting. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is true.
I'm feeling today is my birthday.
But it's true. But
one more thing, just as if you learn,
I'm every day getting through the recordings. I want to sit on the recordings, see once again, and learn do the code.
Yeah.
Thanks to you.
Thank you. Cool.
just as a Python developer also, are there like we can find any jobs for the freshers, Suresh? Just wanted to know because my cousin he's just learning Python, so I just wanted to know
So
whether
Sriharsha,
there'll be jobs.
let me ask you a location, please. India or US?
India.
India, yes.
He's
There
in
are a
India.
lot of opportunities. See, I'll tell you what, when you are in India, right? So in India, we recruit people as freshers, but the same recruitment won't happen in US even though they are freshers. I don't want to talk about that, but I guess every one of you know it. Okay.
Yeah.
So in India, when you are recruiting somebody as a fresher, we expect them to have a fresher skill set. We don't really expect them to have all the data engineering knowledge or whatever it is, right? Maybe even Python. Also, we are not very particular because we recruit a lot of freshers on year on year. Okay, so what we expect is knowledge on programming concepts, whatever he is comfortable with, he, she are comfortable with. It can be C, it can be Java, it can be Python. Python being the easiest one, most of the freshers prefer it, but it can be any programming language. We expect programming knowledge, and then probably they should be knowing some technology. When I say technology, again, we don't expect them to have that in-depth knowledge, but if they can create that communication point during the interview, maybe for 20 minutes, they're good to clear the interview. They can easily clear any service-based company interviews with what are the inputs I have given. So dedicated Python role, dedicated SQL role, we don't have any such roles, but we generally recruit freshers for generic skill set and then we train them. Okay. So at least that's how Indian job market works for freshers.
I would say if you are willing to go for a single developing thing, Power BI, you are having a Power BI developer role. You are getting jobs on that.
I don't recommend Power BI, Bhargav, not for freshers, not for experienced also, because I'll tell you the future of Power BI. In an year or two, your data scientist or data engineer will only develop Power BI reports as well. So there won't be a specific requirement for a Power BI developer like earlier. Okay, so earlier we have a role called data analyst with reporting skill set or BI skill set. okay, where they can work with any of the BI tools like Tableau, Power BI, or MicroStrategy, whatever it is. But trust me, the way world is changing, in a couple more years, there won't be requirement for any BI persons. Either your data engineer or your data scientist or your business analyst will be creating those reports. It already started. Okay. Cool. So thank you all. I thoroughly enjoyed training you folks. And honestly, today I have taken 2.5 hour session. So thank you so much for your patience listening to me. We'll, meet whenever required. You can get in touch with CIT folks, Career IT folks, and then they can arrange a call back. Okay. Thank you all and wish you all the best for
Thanks.
your future endeavors. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
For you to advance happy birthday once again, Suresh.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhargav.
Thank you, Suresh, and happy birthday again.
Thank you.
One question, Fresh. You go to Career IT office there, or you do it from home or whatever?
He left. Sorry, he left.
Oh, he already left. All right. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.